Good evening, guys. I hope I'm audible. Okay, cool. First of all, sorry for being late. The thing is, I had some connectivity issues. Yeah, so cool. Yeah, first of all, uh, the way we'll take this session would be I'll introduce myself firstly, and then we will see some basics of Google Ads, and then later on I'll share a case study. So we also have a session tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll keep the tomorrow session we'll keep it mostly for the advanced stage. Okay, so today we'll just cover some basic things and some real life case studies that I have come across while running my own agency. So I'll share. I have one good case studies for you to understand the basics of Google Ads. So I have that. I'll share that, and then I would like to take some questions in terms of any questions in terms of your career, in terms of Google Ads or digital marketing in a nutshell. Okay, cool. So first of all, my name is Charit. I've been working in the digital marketing industry for the last 8 odd years. Three of which I've worked as a digital marketing manager for Amazon Prime Video. I primarily handle their Google Ads for the US markets. Um, and yeah, so later part of my career at Amazon, I also used to head the MENA region, which is basically Middle East and North Africa. So in and all, I would say I've worked for more than 3 years at Amazon Prime Video, gained some good experience, and I just left my job last week to work on my own startup. Um, so yeah, that's about me. And yeah, so now I'll share my screen. Give me 1 minute. Yeah, like I said, the first thing that we'll focus on would be very basic. Okay, I hope you guys can see my screen. Okay, so yeah, so we log into the Google account. First of all, we need to have a Google account. Either it can be a Gmail account, or you have to have a Google account linked to Gmail, right? I mean, your company account, it has to be linked to Gmail or Workforce. Okay, so I'll click on get started. Okay, so yes, yeah. So today's session, I would say, would be much more inclined towards the basics of Google Ads. Okay, and the reason that I've kept it basic for today is to just build the foundation for tomorrow's lecture. Okay, so tomorrow it would be more advanced. I would say I would share much more advanced tricks and techniques that I have come across throughout my career. I would also share some in-depth case studies. Okay, tomorrow, and for that we need to have a very strong foundation, and that is what we'll try to build today. All right. Yeah, so today it would be much more of basic things, but yeah, so another reason of going through the foundation or basics is because whatever changes are happening in the industry, digital marketing industry specifically, or I would say Google ads specifically, that happens over and above the foundations that are there currently or existing currently. So if you are well aware about the foundations, then whatever changes comes in, you just need to keep yourself updated. I would say, uh, even if if you read some articles or blogs, or just are much aware about what are the current trends or things happening in the industry, that would be much more efficient for you. Because digital marketing as an industry, it is not just that you just study it once and it's done. You will have to keep yourself updated, and I'll also share how to some techniques how to keep yourself updated by the end of the session. All right. Okay, so yeah, so this is how a basic Google account will look like. I have taken my friend's account, Gmail account, in order to show you guys how to create a Google account right from scratch. Okay, So yeah, you use your business name. So this is the first thing that you'll have to type in once you log into your Gmail account or Google Ads account. So the first thing is you type in your business name. Let's say over here, my company's name is, let's say, the Boring Company, which is owned by Elon Musk. Okay. Yeah. Next, I'll click on next. Next, let's say I just type in something random. Okay. Okay. So yeah, so this is the company website. So I click on next. So yeah. So now they'll ask me what is my main goal of advertisement. Over here, you'll get all the basic things that Google Ads can help you achieve or help your business achieve. Okay. So these things are more or less like get more calls. If your goal is to get more calls, you should go ahead with this. To get more traffic or leads, you should go ahead with this. Get more visits to your physical location, you can go ahead with this. Get more views and engagement on YouTube, you can go ahead with this. But all these things, I want you to notice and note down that all these things, if you select it from here, I would say it is more or less like automated. Okay. So because we are learning digital marketing from scratch at Kallada Academy already, and what I want you guys to do is select this. And the reason that we select this is it would give us much more power, and you know we'll be able to do or lead things manually rather than giving Google's algorithm the power to handle our Google Ads. Okay, so I'll click over here, switch to expert mode. So yeah, so once I click on that, this is where it leads me. Okay, so yeah, so this is the very, I would say, one of the most important places you have to uh, come across in order to have a very successful career as a Google Ads expert, or I would say performance marketer. Okay, choosing the right kind of objective will make or break your whole campaign. Okay, and just mind you, this can't be changed. Anything and everything apart from this can be changed at any given point of time, but these elements can't be changed. Okay, so it is very specific, and according to the goal that you want to achieve, you have to go ahead and select this. Okay. So yeah, so the objectives differs very and are not actually very closely related. Apart from some cases, we'll go through it one by one. Okay, the first one says sales. Okay, so according to the nature of your business, if you want to make much more sales, you should go ahead and select this. Okay, so this is by default, I would say, one of the things that e-commerce websites or e-commerce businesses generally use. Okay, so over here you can see if you want to drive more sales online or in app, if you have an app for your business, and if you want to increase sales through those apps, you can go ahead and choose this. Okay, by phone, if you want to get more phone calls, you can go ahead and select this, or in store. Okay, in store as in if you want to increase the walk-in, you can also select this, but the objective is sale over here. Next, we have leads. Okay, so what does a lead mean? A lead is basically information of your potential client. Okay, so even before you join the course, you must have given out your details somewhere. So that would act as a lead for any kind of course, and then the process starts. Maybe retargeting is done. Maybe you get a call from a consultant, trying to understand what your career perspectives are and how the course can align with that, something like that. Okay, so leads are majorly for, I would say, a service based industry or B2B industry. Sales, I would say, much more, or I would say most of the things, or I would say or businesses that use sales are much more in the B2C segment. Okay, leads are, I would say, somewhere other, uh, most of the businesses that use leads are much more inclined towards B2B. Okay, then we have website traffic. Again, if you want to get a lot of traffic to your website, mostly in terms of blogs or AdSense kind of thing, you can go ahead and select website traffic. Next, we have product and brand consideration. If you want people to explore the products or services that you offer, then you can go ahead and select this. Okay. Next, we have brand awareness and reach. Very important. One of the most important stages of marketing would I would say is brand awareness. If you have a very great product and people are not even aware about it, it actually won't sell at all. So if you have recently launched, or maybe if you are entering a new market, and if you want people to be aware about your brand or your product specifically, you can go ahead and select this. Okay, next we have app promotion. If you want to get more installs, if you want to get more engagement and pre registration for your app, you can go ahead and select app promotion. Okay, next we have local store visits and promotion. If you want to increase sales to your local store, you can go ahead and select this. The last one we have is create a campaign without a goals guidance. Okay, I would say much more this the last one is much more inclined for advanced stage. And initially, while we start off our career, or even if we are in the initial days of our career, I would say we should go ahead with these 7 months. Okay, so according to the objective you have planned for your business or your product or that specific campaign, you'll have to go ahead and select any of these. Okay, just for giving you guys a demo, I would select leads over here, and we would create a lead for, let's say, my digital marketing agency that I run. Okay, so yeah, so I'll click on leads. Next, there are different types of campaigns that you can run. Okay, so the first one is search campaign. Search campaigns are basically the campaigns that you normally get to see if you search for anything. For example, if I go over here and if I just type in digital marketing courses, okay, so if I do that, I'll get to see ads over here. So anything and everything that has the ad written right in front of it is considered to be a Google ad. Okay, so we have multiple ads. You can see multiple ads over here. Okay, if I scroll down, you'll get to see ads again. So even the second page, third page might have a lot of ads specifically for this keyword. Okay, so these are search ads. Next we have performance max ads. Okay, a pretty new concept in Google ads. Performance max ad actually combines different areas of uh, Google ads, such as search and video and Gmail ads, discovery ads, display ads. So it is a combination of all the ads that you generally have in one. Okay, next we have display ads. Display ads tend to have, or I would say tend to be inclined much more towards images. Okay, so if you see an image, for example, you might have, if you have read news online on sites like TOI, that's Times of India, or Economic Times, you must have come across some banners which actually promoted some businesses, some random businesses. Okay, so those are you could call them as somewhat similar to Google display ad. Okay, next we have discovery ads. Discovery ads, as you can see over here, runs ads on YouTube, Gmail, and Discover, and more. Okay, these two options are blocked for a lead campaign for obvious reasons. Okay, so we will select the campaign type as search campaign. Okay, next, select the way you would like to reach your goal. Okay, so what is your goal, or I would say what is the way that you want to achieve the goal? So is it through website visit? Is it through phone calls? I'm talking specifically about leads. Okay, so how do you want your leads to be generated? Through website visits, I'm sorry, through phone calls, through store visits, through app downloads, or through lead form generation. Okay, mostly I would go ahead and select website visit. I'll type in my website's name over here, whatever it is. Or even if I don't select any kind of things over here, and later if I just want it to be very basic, which is going to be the website visit, that is still going to be fine. Okay. Last thing on this page you can see is conversion action. Okay. Very important, very important. The whole soul, I would say, life and soul of, digital marketing specifically is the great ability to track every single thing. Okay, and this is what a conversion action would mean for you. For example, if I just show you my website, let's say, so this is the agency that I run, so we will use this as an example today. Okay, so let's say this is the landing page. Let's assume that this is the landing page. And for me, a conversion means, for me as an agency owner, a conversion could mean something more or less like uh, they apply for a free marketing plan. So if the customer or a potential customer, I would say, if he or she clicks on this, it means they are looking out for a marketing plan. Okay, so this is a conversion for me. So point number one, this is a conversion for me. Next, if you see over here, speak to our experts. Okay, so this is again a conversion for me, because by that way they will give out their details to me, and then from there I can take it forward. Okay, I can give them a call, or maybe send them some kind of email, or try and get in touch with them through any other ways that they are comfortable with. Okay, so over here, the first point we saw, they are directly wanting a free marketing plan. Over here, they are wanting to speak to some experts. Okay, so these are, I would say, conversion for me, because if the customer clicks over here, or if the potential customer clicks over here, that is going to be a conversion for me, because I'll be getting the data. So one, two, and third, if I scroll down, so over here, there's a lead form. So if a customer or if a random user is filling out the details and sending or clicking submit over here, that is a clear indication that he or she wants to be contacted by our agency. Okay. So on this page, we have 3 conversions, and these conversions need to be tracked. Okay. So I would want these 3 things to be tracked, and that could be done through Google Analytics. So once we set up a conversion action set, again, that is going to be a very advanced stage. And once you start running ads, you will get a hang of it. But this we will cover mostly tomorrow. Okay, because this is more of an advanced thing. But what a conversion means for you, you should be very clear right from the time you want to run an ad. Okay. Next, we click on continue. Okay, so now you have the ability to change anything and everything that you can come across on the dashboard. Okay, so now first thing first, you have to name the campaign. Okay, a very basic and good idea of naming the campaign is you name it according to this idea. Okay, so firstly, you use the objective, or the campaign objective. Okay, next is you use the campaign type, and lastly you use the date. Okay, or mostly if you're running an agency, you can use the client name. Let's say over here, the boring company, so I'll use this TBC, and lastly I can just type in the date for today. Let's say 0709. Okay, just so that things are pretty clear when I am actually visiting the dashboard again. Okay, I'll just take this forward. Next, we have networks. Okay, so we have 2 different kinds of network. The first one is search network, and the last one is the display network. The difference between search and display network is very easy to guess. Search networks would only include partners wherein you can or you will be able to expand the reach beyond Google search. Okay, so if I don't select any of these, okay, let's say ideally, if you're running a search campaign, you should not use display network. Okay, so that's a very common thing, because you are running a search campaign which would involve text generally. Okay, and which you wouldn't want to be shown on display network. Display network, I would say, majorly are for images. Okay, so by default, if you're running a search campaign, you should uncheck this. But search network, okay, search network means beyond the Google search engine, Google has a lot of search partners, and your ads would be shown on their platforms as well. Okay, so if you want that, you can go ahead with this. But to be honest, if you're running ads initially in the initial stage of your career, or if you're just trying to learn, I would suggest you to uncheck this. The reason being is you would actually want to give it a shot. Okay, and try and check if things are working out in your favor without this. Okay, if things are working out, so it is more or less like, I would say, somewhere or other A or B testing kind of thing. If you uncheck this, later obviously you can tick mark this and include the search network in your Google campaigns again. But For me, I would uncheck this so that only the people who have search intent, only the people who go on Google and type in something would be able to see my ad, and no search partners would be involved. Okay, so this is done. Next we have show more settings. Okay, so yeah, so this is the place where we have to include the start and the end date. Let's say I want the campaign to start by 10th, and I want to end it by, let's say, 24th. Okay, 2 weeks campaign, 14 days to be precise. Okay, so we take this up. Next we have campaign URL settings. So these, I would say, again, much more it actually gives you some kind of tracking ability. And as a digital marketer in the initial stages of your career, this is this will be taken care of people who are already very experienced, because you'll need to have some kind of tracking template. You'll have to fill out some suffix. Okay, use some custom parameters. So this, I would say, we'll leave for today. Again, much more of an advanced thing. Okay, next we have dynamic search settings. It actually will you know give Google much more power than you, because it would somewhere or the other automate a few other things which you can do manually. Okay, so we'll avoid this again. Next is ad schedule. Ad schedule, what is the, if you have a particular time in your mind that you would want to you want your ads to be shown, then you can go ahead and select that. If you don't, you can just select all day. Okay, which is by default all day. Okay, if you have anything particular, for example, if you just want to show your ads on weekends, let's say Saturday and Sunday, if you want it to run somewhere between 8 a.m. and up until 10 p.m. If you want to do that, you can do that too. One personal experience that we tried and tested was while we were running an ad campaign for career counseling. Okay, so what we did was we ran our ads um, post working hours, okay, or post college hours. So we ran our ads somewhere around 5 p.m. to 4 a.m. in the night. I mean, obviously in the morning, but yeah, 5 a.m., 5 p.m. to 4 a.m. The reason we did that, because we had collected enough data to conclude that most of our audience, or the better kind of audience, or better potential customers, you can say, came during the time 1 a.m. to 4 p.m. Because mostly, I believe, I mean, I'm not very sure about the reason, but this is what the data said. But what I believe is, during that point of time, people normally are alone, and they start thinking about their career, what to do and what not. So mostly people might search. So that could be the reason of having such good leads. Okay, so for now, just let the campaign do its purpose, let it run throughout. And then once you have enough data which has been collected, then you can come to a conclusion that yes, my ads are most of the click-through rate happen at this time, so maybe you should focus majority of your ad scheduling on that specific period. Okay, so right now I'll just leave it. Next we come down to location. Under location, you have the ability to select which locations you would want to target for. And to be honest, you can target even specific pin codes. So that is how powerful Google ads are. You can even target some specific pin codes. Let's say some pin code in Mumbai. Okay, so I can even target that. That is how powerful it is. So just for our representation purposes, I'll just keep it to India. Okay, next, if I click on location options, there are a lot of options over here that I get, with the first one being target, and it has 3 options. Next is exclude, and which has 2 different options. We'll explore it one at a time. I will give you an example. So let's say I stay in Bangalore. Okay, so let's say I stay in Bangalore, but I'm I will be visiting, let's say, Ooty sometime very soon. Okay, and let's say there's a person called X, and X is running an ad for his restaurant in Ooty. Okay, X is running an ad for his restaurant in Ooty, and he selects the first option. Okay. So now me being in Bangalore, and if I'm researching about, places to hang out in Ooty or places to eat in Ooty or some restaurants in Ooty. So even though, I'm not exactly in Ooty right now, even though, my I'm just exploring maybe. Okay. Even though, all these cases are there, still I would be able, from Bangalore, I'll be able to see the ads that Mr. X is running for his restaurant. Okay. So if you select this, even if that person is not specifically in that area, he or she would be shown that ad if they have shown interest in your targeted location, which is Ooty in our case. If this is selected, then me being in Bangalore, I won't be able to see Mr. X's ad. Okay. So that is the majority of the differentiation, I would say. Mostly I select this because if my target audience is mostly in local, I would go ahead and select this. But if you want to target people beyond your targeted location, if they are interested in your targeted location, then you can go ahead and select this. All right. Very basic. And exclude part, it is very obvious presence. We exclude people in the excluded location. Okay. So we'll just, keep that the recommended thing for now. Next, we come to languages. Okay. So now you have the ability to select uh, languages. So over here, we can go ahead and select English as a preferred language. If you have some other preferred languages, you can go ahead and select that as well. Okay. So just for representation purposes, I'll just keep it very basic as English. Okay. Next, you have audience segments. Again, over here, you get a ability to select audience according to their interest, behavior, and basically affinity audience. Okay. According to their, I would say, past behavior, or the, if I have to give you an example, who they are, what their interests and habits are, affinity. You can see, you can also select in market audience, what they are actively researching for. So I would say this is more or less like, if you already have a good amount of idea that these are the specific people, let's say you have done some good research prior to even, starting your company or launching your product. If you have that kind of specific data, then these are the things that you should go ahead for. Okay. If you don't have it, and if you want to collect it in the process of, running ads, I would suggest just leave it as it is. Okay. So yeah, so again, honestly speaking, this is much more of an advanced thing, or not exactly an advanced thing, but it would come in the later stages. Okay. Next, we have budget and bidding. So over here, you have the ability to select budget. So one thing we need to understand is the budget over here. As they have written over here, that the budget is average daily budget. Okay. So, the word average is pretty much evident over here, which clearly means, let's say, I set up a budget of 1000 rupees per day. Okay. And I'm running the campaign for, let's assume, 10 days. So the whole campaign is going to be for about 10,000 rupees. Okay. 1000 rupees budget, and I'm running the campaign for 10 days. So it brings up to 10,000 rupees. Okay. So ideally, this is the case the budget would be utilized for. At times my budget could be or I would say the ad spend could be 500 rupees a day, and the next day, if a lot of people are actually searching for my product or services, then my ads would be boosted, and maybe I would spend about 1500 rupees a day. So that's the reason that over here they've clearly stated that it is the average budget, the average daily budget. Okay. But just to make you guys understand that whatever budget you set as a average daily budget, and whatever days you have selected, just multiply that, and the end result, whatever that resulted, you won't be spending anything more than that. Okay. So over here in this case, let's say my overall budget is 10,000 rupees. So I won't be spending more than 10,000 rupees. At some days I'll spend less. Maybe at some days I'll spend more. Maybe on some days I'll just spend 1000 rupees. But the overall thing, it won't be more than 10,000 rupees. Okay. Next is, it brings us to the type of bidding. Okay. So different types of biddings are there. Just give me 1 minute. So yeah, so over here, because this is a fairly new ad account, the I would say different types of bidding strategies are limited. Okay, but as you guys can see over here, I would still try and make you guys understand what these means. Okay, clicks. So what does click means? Okay, so it's pretty easy to understand what a click means. So if anyone clicks on your ad, you will be charged. Okay, so it is more or less like the concept that we have been hearing time and again. It is called pay per click. So you will be charged on every click that happens on your ad. Okay, so if you want to select or set up a maximum cost per click, it means you won't want a click to be more than this amount. Then you can click over here, and let's say you did a good keyword research, and it concluded that the maximum cost per click in your niche is, let's say, 50 rupees. Okay, so per click the maximum amount of 50, but let's say you are, just for trial purposes, you don't want to spend 50 rupees, then you can bring it down to 40 and then just test it. If it works out in your favor, it is a great thing, but if it doesn't, just try and increase this to a certain extent. Okay, we're just specifically talking about clicks over here. Next is we have is conversion. Okay, so yeah, so what does a conversion mean for you is very important in the process. But even if you tell Google, or even if you suggest Google's algorithm that yes, this is going to be my conversion, this is going to be my conversion, and let's say this is one of the conversions that I want to have on, or I would want to be taken place on my website. Still, Google is an algorithm. There's no one sitting and doing things manually over there. It is all automated. So in order for us to make the algorithm understand that this is a conversion for me, you will first have to send a lot of traffic to your website. So one good technique I would say is first, while launching your Google ad, select clicks as your bidding strategy. Send a lot of traffic on your website, and once they start taking action, let's say, some people click on this, some people click on this, some people don't. Okay, so once you figure that out, once you have enough data collected of conversions, and you already also have conversion actions set, or I would say conversion actions being tracked on Google Analytics, then you go ahead and choose conversion as a bidding strategy, and that would actually help you get potential customers with a very good search intent. Because what you're trying to do is, initially you just send out a lot of traffic, and later, by the data collected through those specific clicks that you got already, you would be only targeting or only catering to the people who are actually or would be interested in buying your product or service. So that is conversion. Conversion value is pretty basic in nature. If you have a basic conversion value that in your mind, that if a person clicks over here, that potential customer is somewhat, let's say, worth 100 rupees for me, or let's say 200 rupees for me. So if you have that kind of value set up already, you have that kind of data, then you can go ahead and select this. Okay, next we have optimization clicks. We have impression share. So what does impression share mean? So impression share is a very thoughtfully made concept, just to increase Google's ad revenue. Okay, so yeah, so you guys must have heard about the email automation software called Mailchimp. So if I just go and type in Mailchimp, let us see what comes in. Okay, so yeah, so over here you guys can see I typed in Mailchimp, but a company called Sendinblue, which is a direct competitor to Mailchimp, pops up over here. Okay, ideally, if I typed in Mailchimp, I'm pretty clear that I would want to go ahead with Mailchimp, and that should have been the what should I say, result, the first top result. But over here you can see Sendinblue is ranking for the keyword Mailchimp. So this is a clear indication that the people who are running ads for Sendinblue have set up Mailchimp as a keyword, which is a branded keyword. Okay, and they are ranking on top, or I would say they are using Google Ads as a medium to target this keyword. Okay, but we can see Mailchimp on the other hand is trying to bid for its own keyword. So this, let's say if MailChimp is doing, or I would say MailChimp is bidding for its own keyword, which ideally it shouldn't be doing, because if people are looking for its brand by its name specifically, then ideally it should have been popped up. But over here, Google, just to increase its ad revenue, MailChimp will have to run an impression share ad, okay, just to rank for this specific keyword at a lower cost than what Send in Blue could possibly do. Okay, that's impression share. Okay, so yeah, so these are some of the things, and the later, I would say, advanced bidding techniques or the other bidding techniques, we would discuss them tomorrow. So currently, let us just run this specific ad. Okay, show more settings, ad rotation. um, it is a very basic and good idea to select optimize prefer for performing best ads. Okay, so basically speaking, the ads that you create later on in the journey, if you want Google to actually have the power or authority to determine which ads are performing, no, I'm sorry, um, which ads to show more. Okay, so you can select this. So I would say this is one of the good recommended strategies to select or go for, because what Google will do is, let's say this A campaign A is working out better, hence campaign A would be shown much more. Okay, so this is very basic in nature. Next, we have ad extensions. So there are different types of extension. We'll try to discover a few basic ones. Okay, we have site link extension. If I have to tell you what a site link extension looks like, is this, basically this. Okay, so they have some basic information, some this basic description, and it actually leads to a very different page than this link would. Okay, so if I click over here, you can see I can have the text, which is basically present over here. I can have the description, which is basically this line, and then I can also have the final URL. If I click over here, this will lead me to a very different page than this would. Okay, so this leads me to the pricing page, and this leads me to the main page. Okay, so similarly, you can just fill out details. Let's say we'll use, for this scenario, we'll just use this data. All right, I'll just quickly copy and paste. Final URL, let's say I just paste this in. So this part, you guys can see, this part is basically the conversion action set. Okay, so the thing that we try to cover, I try to show you guys over here. Oh yeah, campaign URL setting option. So this is more or less like related to that, which is again going to be a very advanced setting. Mm, date. Uh, let's say let's just add two of it. Okay, we'll ignore these two. Okay, so add. I'm sorry, save. Once you click on save, these would be generated. Okay, so these two are there. Next, we have call out extension. Okay, call out extension, if I can see, probably it's over here. So yeah, so you can see some additional details are there over here. Let's say I type in, I collect this. So these are more or less like some additional details of your product or services, okay, which would be highlighted like this, you know, uh, free templates available, drag and drop, stuff like that. You can copy and paste. Just copy and paste quickly. Sorry, that didn't get copied. Also, it is not a certain thing that, let's say, if you know, even if you come up with these things, it is going to be approved. It actually all depends on, you know, the approval. So currently we're just creating an ad. You know, mostly I would say extensions get rejected due to a multiple reasons. Okay, so next we have call extensions. So you just need to use your phone number over here. If you have any, you know, business number, you can use that. Okay. Next, the different types of extension are structured snippet. Okay. So if I have to show you, it's not over here. So yeah, so this is more or less like I would say. Um Actually, we'll try and use as much as we can. Okay, so structured snippet. Let's say these are the values that we can provide. Let's say we use it as uh, mm, service catalog. Let's say mm, or let's say we type in something related to and maybe we select okay, add value. I'm sorry, just select this. So yeah, so these are structured snippets. So again, you know, giving out some more information, more details. But then we have app extension. If you have any kind of app, you can go ahead and select this. Okay, and let's say if you want to have a direct lead form, you can go ahead and select this. Uh, I won't actually suggest you know, for this. The reason being is you would want to control majority of the UI UX. Okay, so this, if you select the lead form, it would actually lead your users or your potential customers to a specific lead form, wherein you won't be able to, you know, take them through some good experiences or give out some good details that could possibly boost your you know, leads, the number of leads. So I won't really go ahead for this as you know, basic idea. Next we have promotion extension. If you have any kind of promotions running, let's say some kind of deals, 15% off, or let's say Diwali sale, uh, Christmas sale, New Year sale, whatever it is, if you are running that, you can go ahead and select promotion extensions. Okay. Next, we have price extension. Price extension mostly, I would say, is valid for restaurant. I would say hotels. Okay. Maybe you give out rooms. Um, so then you can use price extensions to state or, you know, clarify that these are the, you know, price ranges. Next we have location extension. Location extension, if you want to actually showcase your location along with your ad, then you have to go and select this. To show location extension, you would have to have a Google My Business account linked to your uh, Google Ads account. Okay, once you do that, then only then you'll be able to show location extension. Next, we click on save and continue. Okay. Now we get to ad groups. Okay. A very important part of understanding Google Ads is the ability to understand Google Ads group. Okay. So, you know, a lot of people have different opinions about it. Uh, but to be honest, for me, I would suggest that a maximum of 20 keywords should be used per ad group. Okay, and it is not a very good idea to just have one ad group. You should have segregated ad groups. For example, let's say if I'll show you guys an example actually. uh, let's say I'm running an ad for a digital marketing course. Okay, so there are keywords like digital marketing course, and we have online digital marketing course. Then we have offline digital marketing course. The spelling is wrong over here, but ignore it. Then we have social media marketing course, and let's say we have best digital marketing course, and we have top online digital marketing course. Okay, so these are the keywords we come to a conclusion that these are the keywords that you would want to use. Obviously, this is a very shorter structure, but yeah, this is how particularly I would say we should be differentiating ad groups. So let's say digital marketing course would be one ad group. Online digital marketing is very different from digital marketing, and the reason is because of the word online. So in terms of digital marketing course, we are not very certain that the person looking out for a digital marketing course is looking out for an offline course or an online course. But in terms of an online digital marketing course, if a person is searching for this, we are very certain that he or she is looking out for a specifically online digital marketing course. So this has to be a different ad group than this, and this would have its own keywords and this would have its own keywords. Okay, so this is a very basic concept. Next we have offline digital marketing course. Okay, so if I say you know I offer offline and online digital marketing course separately. Okay, I also have a particular place wherein I provide digital marketing courses or I sell digital marketing courses, whatever it is. So in that case, what I'll do is I'll try to come up with a new ad group. Okay, I can either put it inside the digital marketing course. By that way, I'll have two major differentiation, which would be a digital marketing course and an online digital marketing course. But in terms of like I said, I'm selling online as well as I operate offline classes. So in that case, this would have a majority of I would say um, keywords that won't really fit both of them. Okay, if I'm not certain or if I'm not sure of a keyword being specifically differentiated between two of these, then I would put it over here. Okay, let's say social media marketing course. Social media marketing course is again going to be a different ad group, a different set of keywords. Okay, now let's say we have best digital marketing course. So best would come under this part. Okay, because like I said, I'm not able to clearly differentiate it between online digital marketing course or offline digital marketing course. Hence, I would put it under the basic digital marketing course banner. Next, we have top online marketing course, and if I'm clearly able to differentiate that it is an online course, I'll put it under this. And simultaneously, whatever keywords you come across, you should be able to create, or I would say have individual keywords or I'm sorry, ad groups for that, so that the whole ad group, the whole ad is being targeted specifically. Whatever headlines you use, whatever keywords you use, has to be specifically targeted to that kind of audience. Hence, we tend to segregate it so much. Okay, so let's say I go ahead and I name the ad group as over here. Let's say let's, because we have the differentiation over here, we'll go ahead and select this. So ideally, I should go ahead and just start adding keywords. But like I said, we just have two very short number of keywords. Obviously, this would be a part of your keyword research. If you have done your keyword research perfectly fine, then you will be able to come up with a long list, which is actually going to be very effective. Okay. Next, we have the option of selecting the kind of keyword, or I would say keyword match types. Okay, so basically speaking, there are three currently. The first one is the broad keyword match type. Okay, so you can see it over here. Right? So broad keyword match, I would say somewhere or the other will actually open up the horizon for your keywords, and it is not a very good idea. If I would give a very good example over here. If your maximum brand awareness, if your goal is to show your ads to maximum number of people, then I would suggest to go with broad match. Okay, also one very crucial thing over here is that you have a very good budget for that. If you have a very limited budget for that, then that would be a very bad idea. Just give me 1 minute, guys. Okay. Okay, I'm really sorry, guys. I'm actually. Oh, I'm really sorry. I actually shared the screen. Due to some reason, it just got back. I hope you guys can see the screen now. Just give me 1 minute. There's some glitch, I believe. Now, I hope you guys. I'm really sorry. Okay, cool. So yeah. So I'll just go behind again. Okay. So yeah. So more or less, like, let's say, uh, let us keep the name as it is. We keep the location, and I would say, where did you guys lose me? I mean, Mailchimp. Okay. So yeah. So yeah. So I Mailchimp for somewhere around impression share. Okay. So under impression share, if I have to give you an example, a very good example is this. Okay. If I go ahead and type in Mailchimp, I just type Mailchimp. So here I can see an ad by Sendinblue. Okay. So Sendinblue is a direct competitor of Mailchimp. Okay. So the whole idea of impression share was that to increase the ad revenue for Google, and the way they managed to do it in a very subtle way is that they promoted branded keywords. Okay, so Mailchimp is a brand that obviously Mailchimp has trademarked to or registered. You can see over here, but Sendinblue can still bid for that keyword. But for Sendinblue, Mailchimp as a keyword would cost a lot more than usual, and for Mailchimp to become very easy for them to rank for the specific keyword, uh, Google has come up with bidding technique called impression share, which Mailchimp can use to rank for its own keyword. Okay, which is Mailchimp. Is that clear, guys? 1 minute. Okay, cool. I'm really sorry about the glitch. Okay, so yeah, one also very good example of impression share I would like to share with you guys would be the competition between Swiggy and Zomato. Okay, previously when Swiggy and Zomato started, there was a very tight competition between them, but now the differentiation is pretty clear that people are able to differentiate very easily between Swiggy and Zomato. Okay, but I would say uh, you know prior to COVID, or I would say even in the year 2018 somewhere. Okay, uh, you know, uh, uh, you know, let's say if you Googled Zomato, then Swiggy's website used to rank on the top, obviously due to ads. And if you Googled Swiggy, then Zomato's restaurant Zomato's website used to rank on the top. So similarly, to avoid that kind of extra spend, on the part of the company that is or has that branded value or branded right. Google came up with this specific thing. Okay. I'm not very sure why this is happening. Okay, so why is send in blue selecting MailChimp keyword? The reason that send in blue is selecting, because people know MailChimp by its name. Okay, and if you go and select, type in MailChimp and send in blue pops in, and they are, actually stating why they are better than MailChimp, then a lot of people might select send in blue. Okay, that is probably the reason. I'll try to, manually switch my screen constantly. So if any point of time the screen gets lost, just, type it in the chats, and I would like to, know that at that point itself. Okay. So that was about clicks, and we have more settings, which, talks about ad rotation. Over here, Google will actually select the best performing ads. Let's say you're testing 2 or 3 ads simultaneously. So Google will select the best type of ad, and then give you that ad would be shown more versus the next ad. Okay. Uh, so yeah, we were talking about different types of ad extensions again. Okay. So different types of ad extension. Ad extension. So if I have to compare, the search engine. Okay. uh, the best way to compare search engine would be to that of a real estate property. Okay, what does real estate mean? Real estate clearly means buildings or gala or shops or commercial properties. It means space. Okay, so real estate on the internet is basically all the things you can see over here. Okay. So one way of doing that is, let's say, organically, which is SEO. One way of doing that is through social media, and one of the ways of that is done by Google Ads. Okay. So you need to make sure you try and get most of the real estate. You can see the first one, the first place has most of the real estate over here. This is pretty huge. This is smaller in size. This is smaller in size. Okay, it gets smaller for some brands. Okay, at times some brands have large things, but yeah, so that's the basic idea. Okay, so site link extension is, I would say, this part. Okay, free trial, you can see. So this is the headline. This part is basically the description. Okay, I'll show you guys how to do it. Let's say I edit this one. So yeah, so I've just put in the site link headline. So you can see over here this headline, free trial, and this would be the description. So what kind of description you want to plan out for your headlines, you can put it over here, and then you need to click save. So once I do that, let's say if I click over here, so if I click on preview, so it will show me how it looks like on a cell phone and how it looks like on the desktop. Okay. Let's say I click on call out extension. Call out extension are more or less like, much more details of your product or services. So over here, I can't really see any kind of call out extension. But what I've done is I've added a few over here. Okay. So 4 call out extension. The first one is free templates, powerful AI, API. I'm sorry. Okay. Next, we click on preview. If I click over here, you get to see these things. Okay. So these are more or less like, short and powerful words that you can use for your uh, ad. Scroll down, call extension. If you want people to directly call you up, you can select call extension. Okay. For that, you'll have to have a phone number. Next, you can see different types of extension. Okay. I'll just close this. We have structured snippet. Structured snippet is basically, giving out more information of your brands or services. I'll show you how it looks like. So yeah, okay. So yeah, so the difference between a structured snippet and call out extension is, a call out extension is very general in nature, and a structured snippet is more or less like your specific, specific things. For example, you can see over here, if you want to differentiate between courses, brands, amenities, degree programs, find destinations, featured hotels, and things like that, you have a lot of options. So currently I've selected service catalog. Okay, and then I'll click on save, and then it's get added. Okay, next we have lead form extension. I'll get that question. I'll just finish this. Lead form extension. Lead form extension, I would say somewhere or the other, you shouldn't really go for it, because it actually, let's say I click on this ad and it will, just help me give out some details, which, versus this, or let's say this is, much more um, compelling in nature. I would actually like to interact with it, maybe sign up for free, whatever it is. You have the ability to do that. But if you select lead form extension, then it would be very much limited to just a form. Okay, so I would avoid doing this unless and until you're very certain that maybe you don't have a website or something like that. So you can go ahead with this. Okay, app extension is basically speaking, if you want to also highlight or showcase your ads, you can go ahead and select this. It would just ask you the link, and once you validate it, it will just show up over here, somewhere over here, app, and it would have a link over here. Next we have promotion extension. If you're trying to promote some deals or discounts you can go ahead and select promotion extensions. Maybe Diwali sale, maybe 15% off, 30% off, some kind of cashback you're offering. So you can go ahead and select this. Next, we have price extension. Price extension is basically speaking, if you want to showcase your prices, let's say majority of the hotels and restaurants do this. Okay, so if you want to do this, that you have different price section. If you want to do this, you could go ahead and select this. Next, we have location extension. If you want to highlight or showcase your location in your Google Ads itself, let's say somewhere over here, it pops up over here or over here somewhere. Okay, if you want to do that, you can go ahead and select location extension. Next, we click on save and continue. Okay, sorry, I didn't set up a budget. Okay, I'll select that. Click on save and continue. You guys have a question. Is it possible to track competitor keywords for ads? Yes, definitely it is. So there are different softwares. One famous software is Spyfu. So there are, I would say, majority of the paid ones are there, and they cost a bomb. I mean, if you go to, if you compare it with the basic software that we have, somewhat like Uber Suggest or Ahref. Okay. So yeah. So next we have ad groups over here. So I was, I just showed this, but unfortunately you guys didn't really see it. So yeah. So these are the keywords. Let's assume that these are the keywords that I have actually, concluded that these are the keywords that I'll be using. So how do I differentiate it? Okay, so that is a very, important thing to know. So how do I do this is, okay, so these are the things. So yeah, so you need to have a very clear differentiation in your mind, first of all, so that you understand that there's a very clear differentiation between the keywords that you have chosen to, show your ads or showcase your ads using. Okay. So over here we can see digital marketing goes, online digital marketing goes, offline digital marketing goes, social media, best digital marketing goes, top online digital marketing goes are there. Okay, somewhere or the other they are related. Somewhere or the other, I would say they are all in one medium. Okay, but there are a lot of differentiations in it. Okay, a person who is looking out for a digital marketing course may be looking out for an online course, may be looking out for an offline course. But a person who is looking out for online digital marketing course will specifically look out for only online digital marketing course, because the word online signifies that his or her intent is very specifically inclined towards online. Okay, if a person who is looking for specifically offline course won't be interested in online course, so hence I won't really juggle both of these in the same hand. I would like to keep it very different. Okay, next we have social media marketing course, very different from all these three, hence it would be termed as a different ad group altogether. Okay, next we have best digital marketing course. If I'm not able to clearly differentiate that, if it is an online or offline course, I have the generic one, more generic in nature, I would put this under that. Okay, next we have top online digital marketing course. Okay, because I have a clear differentiation over here that it is under online, I would put it under online course. Okay. So this is, I would say, somewhere or other you how to use your AdWords. Is that clear? I mean, so some basic idea, some advanced things I would like to share with you guys tomorrow. Probably we'll have a very advanced thing, but today, just to give you guys a quick gist. Was it clear? Whatever I just tried to make you understand, or do you guys have it in terms of whatever we saw as of now? Because the whole screen went blank. Anyone has any doubts? Okay, cool. So yeah, so the way that we can come up with this ad groups is I just select this. Let's say I just name it over here. Scroll down over here. Let's say I just copy and paste it very quickly. Okay. Over here you can see there are different keyword match types. Okay. Very important to understand this. Okay. This could actually make or break your Google Ads campaign. Okay. Uh, Major difference are broad match keyword type, then we have phrase match keyword type, and then we have exact match. Okay. Broad match will actually open the different horizons for your Google Ads. Basically speaking, if your goal is to increase brand awareness or reach of your products or services, then I would suggest to go ahead and select broad match, which is basically speaking you don't include any type of characters before or after your keyword. Okay. If you do that, it would be automatically converted into a broad match. That is a clear indication. Also, one good thing, I would say, one thing I would want you to understand over here is that a broad match, you should always select broad match if you have a very high budget. Okay. And if you have a very limited budget, I won't suggest you guys to select this, because it would just open different verticals for your ad. Maybe if people are searching for just marketing courses, even then your ads would be shown. Maybe if people are just searching for um, let's say, I'm just specifically talking about this ad group over here. Okay, let's say if people are searching for social media marketing course only, still your ads would be shown. So I would say broad match is somewhere or other, more or less like a very it increases the horizon of your ads. uh, Next, we have phrase match. Phrase match actually, somewhere or other, it narrows down your keyword, or narrows down the keyword that you have chosen. Okay. For example, let's say, if I do this first of all. Okay. So this is intended by this idea. So this character apostrophe. Okay. So you guys can see the changes happening over here. So phrase match, somewhere or other, it boils down your keyword down to a specific thing that if this phrase is actually typed in, only then your ads would be shown. Okay. So this phrase should be there. Okay. Anything before and after this would be applied again. So I'll give you an example. If somebody searches for top digital marketing course, still your Google ads would be shown to that customer. For top me, even then your ads Um, I'm really sorry, guys. There was some glitch again. I'm really sorry for that. So how to make separate ad groups. So this is how you do it. I'll show it to you. I'll just share my screen again. So okay, this is it's got me back to the initial one. I'll quickly go through this. So how to create, so let's say you add the keywords over here again. Let's say this. Okay. You add a new key ad group over like this. Okay. If you click over here, you have the ability to change the name of the ad group, add more keywords over here. Okay. And then you click on save and continue. So once you click on save and continue, it leads you to the next stage, which is uh, you actually go ahead and create those ads. Okay, so over here you get an idea of how your ads will actually look like. Okay, you have the final URL over here. Final URL, basically speaking, it is the landing page where eventually your customers or potential customers could land onto. Okay, you have that. Next you have the display path. Display path, the difference between a final URL and display path is that this is what would be visible to the consumer or the customer or the user, potential customer, whatever you want to call. This is something that would be visible to the person who would want to or would be clicking on your ad. And this is the thing that the ad would be actually for. Let's say um, I want them to go to this page. Let's say this is a very bigger one. Okay, here we are. Let's say I want the final URL to be this, but I don't want people to see this. I want people to see it as MailChimp, let's say. Okay, so I can do that. This is how it will look over here. You can see it comes MailChimp. So even if I leave this blank, it just goes away. Okay. But even though I want people to be led to this, it won't show over here. Okay. Next we have headlines. So, the kind of headlines that you want to use, you know, you can try and start doing that. Okay. Mostly, let's say I'll choose send in blue. Next thing I'll choose send in blue plans. Let's say, so it auto suggests you different things. Okay, keep in mind over here you get to see your ad strength again. Add more headlines. They are suggesting you to add more headlines. Let's say I'll keep on adding something. So obviously this is something that will come up with the research. Okay, so yeah, you can see this has started to work in my favor. Okay, let's say one last thing I'll add. Okay, don't worry about that. If I click over here, let's say again, this comes up. Let's say all of this is done with pure research. I'll scroll down. I'll click on done. Okay, so I just want to run one ad as of now. I'll do that, and let's say I click on save and continue. Okay, so it will ask me all the details, my bank account details or my card details. And once I give that out, I can, if I click on submit, I can start running my ads. Okay, so that is where the ad, I would say, goes to a stage where there is revaluation, or your uh, ads are being reviewed. And once it gets approved, then your ads should start running. Okay, so this is, I would say, somewhere or other, a basic idea about how to run Google ads. I hope this was helpful for you guys. A very basic idea. Just give me one quick minute, guys. I'm back. So I'm really sorry about that. So I would share a case study with you guys now. Just give me 1 minute. Okay, cool. So this is a case study that I prepared for one of the clients that we had previously. Just give me 1 minute. One quick minute, guys. Okay, cool. So this is a case study for my agency where I would say how we increased sales for a local business by 30%. When I say local business, it was a business based out of in Canada. Okay, in 30 days with using strategic Google advertising. Okay. Just to give you guys a background of the client, due to I would say an existing NDA contract between our agency and the client, we will not be using the client's name or the kind of businesses that they are into. But yeah, just to give you a quick glimpse of what they or how big they are about. They have about 25 employees. They target somewhere around 50 miles location around their business. Okay. So, in terms of their background, I would say the client has a limited experience with Google Ads management, but has been running Google AdWords or Google Ads for quite some time. They wanted a help for taking it to the next level. Okay, they needed more high quality leads, but also needed to maximize their media spend by lowering their cost per click and cost per impression cost per mile. Okay, they needed help optimizing and managing the Google ads so that they reach to a local reputable digital marketing agency for assistance. Obviously, that was our competitor. Next is major issues we identified immediately. I would say I finished, reviewing their account with a 60-minute plus consultation and made some recommendations to the clients. Okay, so these are the recommendations that I would say some of the basic things that I noticed was the first one. Okay, very first one is they had only one campaign with just one ad group. Okay, so over here with this case study, let us try and try and understand the different issues that a basic Google ad account might have. Doesn't matter if they're running it from a very long time, but these are some of the things that are actually very prominent, and I've seen it throughout my career. These are some things that are very prominent in between the people who actually start running ads on their own, or have got some agency that doesn't really have that kind of experience, or want to add that kind of value. So yeah, some of the things are only one campaign with just one ad group. Okay, this setup is way too basic, I would say. An effective optimized Google ad should have one ad group for each keyword, just like the one we saw. Obviously it had a limited set of keywords. The next is, or at least an account should have unique ad groups and ads for your most profitable keywords in order to achieve maximum return on investment. Okay, so that's the first point. Next is only 17 keywords in the campaign. So there were only 17 keywords in the campaign. 17 keywords are not bad, I would say, but 17 keywords in one group are ridiculous. The reason is it was a mix of all the different things. Okay, so what happens is, even if you want to create ads that are specifically very much targeted, you won't be able to. The reason is, the keywords are very diversified in nature. Okay, I would say this makes your ad targeting way too generalized, basically speaking poor quality ads, as opposed to a very specific, um, to the intent of your prospects search query. Lastly, I would say, in terms of the keywords that they chose was, therefore, as the quality of leads decreases, your ad cost, that is CPC, it got increased for them. Next, the thing that we saw was each and every one of these keywords was set as broad match. Okay, like I told you guys, broad match is equal to higher spend, unless you have the campaign objective as brand awareness or reach. You should not go for this. Okay, um, you know yeah, so I would say it is literally borderline insanity to have 17 broad match keywords in a campaign, but to have 17 broad match campaign in one group is, it doesn't even look good. Okay. um, Next is, it is important to optimize your campaigns by using the different keyword match types. Okay, which we actually saw: phrase match and exact match. That is something that I also suggested. Next is, for maximum return on investment for your Google ads, we recommended them a hyper targeted campaign set up using one unique I would say one unique ad group for each keyword, using three different types of matches. Okay, for each different types of group. Basically speaking, we didn't really use a lot of keywords under one specific ad groups. It was very tight, and we used different types of match types, which was some were like phrase match, and some were exact match, and a few were broad match in that specific ad group itself. The fourth one is, the ad account didn't have any negative keyword setup. That was again a very big mess up for them. This was, I would say, the icing on the cake. Zero negative keywords with 17 broad match keywords in one ad group is absolutely, a very wrong idea to have. We actually dug deeper into that. Due to the lack of negative keywords in the list, in the ad accounts list, or I would say in the client's account, uh, there was about, I would say, a loss of $1,500, specifically speaking to that Google Ads budget. Next is, we checked the client's Google Analytics setup and found out that the audience demographic hadn't even been turned on. So this was again a very big issue. Like I said, demographics tracking was not turned on. This meant that while the agency was running Google Ads and sending qualified traffic or qualified leads to the client's website, they were not tracking the immense amount of data, basically speaking, audience demographics and interest behaviors of those, who actually visited the site. Without that data, how will any agency, or how will any person know if they are driving the right people to the client's website, right? So what happened next? Yeah, so this is, I'll show you. Um Somewhere or other, these are the basic metrics in 30 days that we got to see. Okay, as you can see, The old agency, for them, clicks were in 30 days campaign, the clicks were 366. For us, it was 138. A drop of, I would say, 62%. But the best part is, even if the clicks dropped, the quality of leads got way better, and we'll talk about it. Okay, impression drop were almost about 73%. Okay, next, click through rate got increased to about more than 40%. Okay, CPC, that's cost per click, got increased. Obviously, initially the cost per click goes high because we were just trying to set up the whole ad account. Okay, conversions with them, it was somewhere around 4 conversions. With us, it got to 10 conversions in the first month itself. Okay, cost per conversion for them was about close to $477. For us, it was $163. Okay, so yeah, so conversion rate, you can see total cost. With them, it costed them this amount of money. With us, in a matter of 30 days, it costed them this amount of money. Okay, so analyzing, I would say, both the campaigns, old agency versus our agency, I would say the KPI about the 30-day campaign search gives you a very fair idea that even though our clicks reduced, the click-through rate got increased drastically, and the number of conversions increased drastically, and we managed to decrease the cost of conversion by I would say 314 rupees cost per acquisition. I'm talking about. I'm sorry. Okay. So how did we do that? First of all, okay. First thing I would say is we focused on fewer impressions but more conversions. Okay. We didn't really optimize our campaign for more impressions. Okay. So I would say we received fewer impressions, but over a much longer period of time, we view this as less traffic, but much more qualified and high intent visitors with a less cost. Okay. Next thing is the conversion rate supports our claim, as well as our account optimization and our management skills. Um, Second thing that we did was fewer clicks, more conversion, and low cost. Okay, which means with fewer impression comes fewer clicks. Okay, obviously, if we don't really show our ads to a lot of people, it will tend to decrease the number of clicks, but that actually increase the conversion rate. The reason is because we optimized our ad in such a way that only high intent people or people who had high intent to buy the product or service were shown those ads. Again, I would say, this shows the copywriting, ad copywriting, and audience targeting was much more on point than the previous results. Next, I would say, is better account management with better results. Okay, so somewhere or the other, these are the three different things that we improved. CTR, that is click-through rate, higher click-through rate, higher conversion rate, lower cost means so these actually helped us predominantly to increase the click-through rate. Cost per acquisition, we lower the cost per acquisition significantly by using better account management and optimization. Lastly, I would say conversion rate, we decreased a 30-day conversion rate by 2.5 times on an average. Okay, now let's share the campaign. So, and how it looked after a period of 4 months. So this is how it looked after a period of 4 months. So daily budget, our results, it got down to $75 per day. Impressions, increased to 19,000. Clicks, we got these number of clicks. Click-through rate increased drastically to 2.4%. Average cost per click got down to $10. I'm sorry. Total cost was somewhat around $4,983. Total conversions is equal to 44. Average cost per acquisition got down to 113. So yeah, increasing sale year on year got increased to 30%, more than 30%. Okay. So yeah, so highlights of a 4-month campaign, I would say, would be our click-through rate increased from 2.4 to this person. The average cost per click has decreased from 11.80 to 10.74. The average cost per conversion got decreased from 162 163, almost $163 to $113. So this is how we managed to do that, and somewhere or the other it helped us. What actually helped us was analyzing the whole ad account, trying to understand what were the things that the past agency did wrong, and then whatever they did wrong, we try to correct it, because we already had some data. They already tried a few things, so we were pretty clear that this is not working for the client, and we should avoid this at all cost. Okay. So yeah, so this was, I would say, today would be much more of a basic thing that we tried to cover. I would like to answer some of the questions that you might have. So if you guys have any questions, you can tell me. I would say I would love to answer those questions. Anyone has any questions? All right, cool. So yeah, so I think this was how can other company the name of the company as keyword. So yeah, so that's more or less like you use that specific keyword under your keyword campaign or your AdWord campaign. How can other company the name? So yeah, so you mean basically a company like Swiggy is using a keyword which is more or less like Zomato. Is that what you're trying to ask? Okay, cool. So yeah, so that is more or less like if you have reached a certain stage wherein you are providing the similar services or similar products or services in this that your competitor are, then you can actually bid for that keyword, and you. So it is pretty much basic. I mean, I would say more or less like let's say. There's a keyword called digital marketing course. Okay, so you are trying to bid for digital marketing course. You can also bid for Google digital marketing course. So it would be more or less like you just use that specific keyword in order to rank for that keyword. Okay, so it's very basic. You just add that keyword in your ad group, and if that gets approved, of course, it will start ranking for that specific keyword. So not anything great, or I would say anything much more of work, but just you need to add that. All right. Yes, Sendinblue is using the name of Mailchimp because they know that Mailchimp is quite popular. They know that Mailchimp is known amongst people using different kind of automation tool, and when people actually search for that keyword, they want their website to rank instead of Mailchimp. Hence, they are bidding for that keyword. For Mailchimp, it is a loss. Hence, Mailchimp has to run impression campaign. So other company cannot take any objection. No, it's more or less like Google owns the platform, and if Sendinblue is running an ad for the keyword called Mailchimp, even Mailchimp will have to run an ad for a keyword called Mailchimp. So it is additional revenue for you can say Mailchimp. Again, not even a problem. It's more or less like making use of the loopholes that you have. So it's not at all, something that companies can take object. Okay, cool. So yeah, I hope this was, beneficial to most of you. There were some glitches, and I would try to avoid them in the next lecture that we have tomorrow. And tomorrow we will try to cover more advanced tricks that you would be able to use in your career, more tips and techniques, I would say. And I would also share some case studies with you guys. I would say a couple of case studies. One, I believe, would be from Zepto. some of the recent case studies that I've been working on. So a couple of case studies and some advanced tips and techniques. And apart from that, I would also keep some good amount of time for question and answer. Right. So yeah, thank you guys. And if you have any doubts or questions, I would love to take them. If not, we would end the call now. Okay, cool. I guess nobody has any questions. So yeah, cool. Thank you guys. You were pretty great. Thank you. Bye. Take care.